Let's see, testing. Testing. Okay, well that looks like it works. Okay, so for anybody who's watching, this is really just a test. Opening my Midnight Streets racing game project and kind of just figuring out where I'm at. And also testing to see if streaming is working. Cool. Somebody hears me. I heard myself. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing, and I don't have a particular goal in mind right now. I just updated the project from 2018.4 to 2019.4, and I think everything works. I have no idea what I'm doing because I haven't touched this project for about basically this entire year. I do need to reconcile all these project updates and save them to version control. I should just do that. I think something I definitely know I want to do is work on the environment. I think that's what I need to do the most. I want to fill up this entire block out area. I've really just done this one section, and this is all optimized. None of the art is final though. So I kind of want to spend a lot of time filling up this area, at least as a preliminary block out. And it's been about a year since I've looked around and seen what's available, so I want to check out the asset store and see if there's any cool new things. But I'm probably, for sure, I'm gonna use Road Architect, I think, to just create some more roads, and I want to try to find some other kind of spline tool. I was using DreamTech splines to create one of these custom highway sections. I think it was this long piece. And it worked really well, and I could create curved pieces, but the problem was the tool had some kind of bug in it, and it was basically just broken. The editor window wouldn't allow me to make any changes, and it kind of just froze up every time I used it. So I don't really want to use that tool. I know there's a new version, and maybe some of those issues were fixed, but yeah, anyway. I think I'm just gonna, now that everything's all saved in Perforce, just duplicate this scene and start working in there. Okay, and actually, I want to grab my controller and just test. Oh, you know what? I have not tried Path Painter. I'm gonna pick up that bundle, and there's a few tools in there that I want to try out. So I really just want to play this once. I tested right after I updated the project, but this is also using an old version of the traffic system, like one of the very first versions, and I think it's on version 1.0.16 or 15 now, and this was probably using version 1.3. There's a lot of updates that I'm behind on. Well, Something's wrong with something that uses the job system. I also changed a bunch of project settings. That's something to do with Pro Builder. Yeah, this something to do with Pro Builder that's really frustrating because I always have to check out that file. And I don't think anything even changes in it. Anyway. I was looking through the package manager and I don't think I saw a burst in there, which that could be why I have all of those errors. Okay, so now I only have a lot. Let me drive around, see what's... I have a feeling it's burst, but I'm not sure. Anyway. Oh, really bad performance. This is also the first time I never had great performance while I was recording and playing in the editor. So I imagine streaming could be worse. Yeah, because I don't remember uninstalling it. But I was looking through this package manager earlier and I was like, I don't see burst. And I was going to immediately install it, but I kind of just wanted to see what would happen. I mean, it's obvious, like it's not there, so it's not going to work, but I think there were a lot of error. I don't know if they were errors or warnings, but I was having a lot of stuff that showed up when I upgraded the project from 2018 to 2019.4. So I ended up deleting the project settings and getting some fresh ones and then copying some values over, and maybe I missed something in there. But I think I left the package manager this. I don't think I did anything custom with it. Okay, let's restart it. Hey, what's up, guys? I've been afraid of 2019.4 to be honest. Um, I am on 2019.4.5, which I just grabbed today. I'm good. How about you? Official mythic music, Zach. Um, yeah, I don't know. I really thought that there were going to be a lot of issues with 2019.4, so I just stayed away from it. And I'm just now starting to test in it. The project that we made that we're about to put on Steam, I don't uh, that's still using an earlier version of Unity. It's not even an LTS version, but I was afraid to update it until I do a little bit more testing. Okay, so hopefully those errors are gone. I've learned from past experiments, like just don't update your project unless you need to. So at this point, for this project, I'm only going to keep it on LTS. Like, so once 2020 comes around, I'm not going to touch it until it's LTS. I've wasted a lot of time with errors when I was getting started. That put a bad taste in my mouth. Yeah, that's cool. No rush on those songs. They're like, I still have a bunch of errors. Um, this project is not moving super fast. I actually haven't touched it all year. So I almost don't really care about those errors because I'm not trying to work on the game. I'm trying to build the environment right now. But the programmer in me is like, you should fix that. I think I installed Yep, that's the problem right here, right now. At least it's only coming from one place, and probably just need to enable something so I can see that. I don't even remember how this project is structured. It's been so long. That's my problem. I have OCD about that, and I never want to stop once I see something's not working the way that it should. But sometimes I'll stay up very late. Okay, so I'm just going to disable the traffic system and the street light manager. And we'll see if we get those errors. Just try to isolate which system's throwing them. I think they're all coming from the same place. There were 6,500 of them, so it could be Vegetation Studio. Okay, so they're still there. Oh no. Oh, because they were trying, yeah, they were trying to call the manager. Okay. That's fine. Maybe it is the traffic system. Yeah, I have a feeling that's what it is. Okay. Well, I'm going to update that anyway. So I'm just going to go in and do what I kind of wanted to test today, which was starting to block out some roads on the other side of the mainland. Yeah, I'm definitely guilty of that too. I probably will fix those errors before I go to bed tonight. I just don't feel like doing that right this moment. I think I'm just going to start by creating something with Road Architect. I have an idea of what I want to do, which is I know I want some type of perimeter road. Like this is a really large area. I think this is maybe 4 square miles. 4 or 8. I made the landscape just large enough so that like there's no floating point precision errors. So like I drove around a lot. If I go any farther out than from the center of world zero, that's when floating point precision errors happen. And I figured that would give me more than enough space to design landscape. I have no idea what I'm going to do in this area. I might even change the layout of the coasts. I'm not sure. But right now I don't have any terrain tools loaded up, so I'm just going to paint some roads and kind of see what happens. I created a racing game template like in 2014 or 2015. I've been making like I started making mobile racing games, and then I broke it. And actually, I had one that got like over 125,000 downloads on the Google Play Store, and then I pushed an update that was bad because I updated from Unity 4 to Unity 5, and I changed the physics completely and I broke it. And then since then, I've kind of been in this phase where I would just try to make the project better. And that's where the racing game template came from. And from there, that just went to the Unity store, and people gave me a bunch of feedback, and obviously some people bought it. And I made a more improved version of the template. It's called Arcade Racer. And that's what I used to start this project. And from there, I built out a more optimized traffic system using a lot of the AI components that I had built in there. And I just started blocking out some gameplay. And so I have a lot of the game, like programming in bits and pieces of all these prototypes throughout the project, and they're kind of stitched together to create like something that was playable. And it probably still is playable, but those were all just tests. So right now I want to build out the world for me to actually create the game in, because this is just not enough space to make a racing game. So I need to fill up the entire landscape. And then I think I can probably create enough content within this map, enough different types of races. And I actually have no idea what's going to happen after that. I haven't really planned it out too much. I have some ideas, but nothing concrete yet. No, mine is, let's see. So this is the one that I made. It's basically got a full like game set up. Like there's a menu and a couple different race modes. And you really just replace all the art, and this is just the main menu. It's hooked up with the controller, and yeah, it's basically what I've been prototyping over the years. So for me, it was a really good foundation, and it was good to put it on the asset store so I could make a little bit of money while I was doing all of this development, so I don't feel as bad about spending. Like it probably took me 5 years up into the point where I released this kit right here, and there's like a bunch of garage customization. The older version of the template and networked multiplayer, which was kind of fun. But Unity removed Unet, so I just didn't redevelop multiplayer with any other service. So because I have all of these systems set up, I can basically figure out what I want the game to be like. And right now I want an open world game. So that's why I started building this world, and then I ended up creating, once I started building the open world, I realized I needed to do something different, and I made this traffic system. And actually, because I was making money selling it, I spent a lot of time doing different updates to it. And the traffic system, basically, there wasn't an option for optimized traffic on the asset store. So I actually had to build one, because once I started building the open world, I realized that I had all of these limitations. I needed pooling, and I ended up using the job system with the burst compiler, so I could have like hundreds of cars, and there was very low performance impact, like from the CPU. And then I would just use really optimized models, and that's how I got like tons of traffic driving around in the city. But anyway, Yeah, it just lets you run a bunch of cars. So now after building all of that traffic system uh, and all of those updates, and I was working on another game project, I decided to come back to this one. And I need to update. I made the leap from 2018 to 2019, and I just have updates all around that I need to make in this project. So with all of those foundational pieces in though, I feel like I can just actually spend a lot of time focusing on the environment. And all of these buildings that I have in here, I highly doubt that I'll keep them. They were really good for prototyping, but I'm not sure if that's actually what I want in there or not. Yeah, thank you. It's been years in the making. This project has only been started and worked on for about 4 months of time, but like a lot of the ideas behind the project, they've been in progress for a long time. Okay, so I completely forgot how to make a road architect system. And I have a tutorial on that. Oh, here we go. Window, road architect, free road system. Yeah, unfortunately, development does take a lot of time. Like what I've realized, this isn't the first like large landscape I've built, because I built the landscape that was used in the racing game kit demo, which was a decent size. And this is, I think that this little small island was about the same size, maybe even bigger than what I had built in the demo. And the first time I built that environment, it took me forever. This little piece, I was able to build it in a short amount of time while doing a bunch of other work. And I imagine that the rest of this landscape area is going to actually come together pretty quickly in comparison, because the more the more time I've spent working on creating environments from a level design perspective, the more time I actually, or the more I improve, basically, which will allow me to do it faster. But then also paying people, if you can do that, will also let you move a lot quicker. This has always been kind of a passion project for me. So if it takes 6 months or a year or 5 more years, eventually I'm going to release something, and hopefully it's going to be pretty cool. Okay, so that's a 4-lane road. I think this one's a 6-lane road. I think I want the 6-lane road to kind of go underground, but I don't have anything that supports it. I think Unity Terrain has a tunnel or like a a whole system now that I can use to start a tunnel. That's definitely something I want to do. So that bridge that's kind of going into all of that ground in the middle, that's going to be a tunnel. So this road will actually go over. And I think this road will be the road that goes around the coast. And what kind of road is this? That's a custom road. Okay. Let me just start building. What do I build? Control. Okay, that didn't work. There we go. I don't need Unity to give me a full tunnel, because Road Architect actually will let me do a tunnel. Let me see if I can demonstrate it here. I forget how to customize this thing. Let me build a little bit. I'll find the tunnel soon. But I know that this thing has tunnels. I tested them a little bit, and they're pretty cool. Ah, that's where it was. Yep. So the nodes on Road Architect, they have a wizard. And you open this wizard, and you could set like different extrusion items and edge objects. Somewhere in there. Maybe this isn't where the tunnels are. Okay, I thought I found it. But I lied. Oh, maybe it needs to be a bridge. I'll just watch his tutorials later. I'm really curious now though, so I'm actually gonna figure that out. Okay, I don't feel like looking anymore. I'm just gonna build a road. I'm not even working on that one yet. I want to like easy roads so bad. Every time I try to use it, I get errors, and it's all I'm doing is following the instructions from his video. I don't think the documentation or examples are very great, but I always get errors just clicking around in the inspector. And then I just don't want to use it anymore. I did use it once, and I liked the results it produced. You want to rotate it? Here, I'll rotate it for you. I'm looking at this terrain, and I'm not used to this toggle. So yeah, the performance is not super great while streaming. Not horrible, but could be better. Yeah, I know people have created some really cool things with easy roads. I have also created something like the first I I gave away the city that I created for the arcade racer, but I used easy roads for that. And it came out really good. Like the quality was amazing, but the next time I went to use the plugin, it was just really hard to use. And I didn't have that old reference project anymore, so I just gave up. And this tool, every time I use it, like I'm able to get a road very quickly, and I'm able to change the textures very quickly. Um, and then I could super optimize this very quickly. I know it's taken me a long time to do this, but that's because I'm just being slow. I honestly thought about trying easy roads uh, for this process. But this is already in my project, and I feel like I learned a lot of the gotchas the first time, like for that other section of roads over there. Um, so this one that I'm connecting it to right now, I'm manually lining it up because all of these objects right here, they're super optimized. Like I converted what I created with Road Architect into just FBXs. Like it has an export tool. Like you could export them into meshes. Maybe they're not FBXs and they're just meshes, but whatever. Like the point is that I I took them all out and I separated them because if we look at these road objects, like it has two materials, one for this tire marks. I think I removed the tire marks, and then another one for the yellow line, and then I think the white line is a separate one too. I'm not sure, but the point is there's multiple materials and multiple meshes. So what I did was I merged them down into mesh assets and then I combined them and made it so there were fewer draw calls. Basically, it's kind of like I atlased them. It was a manual process though. Took a little bit of extra time, but it provided really good performance. But if I were to make another section of roads, yes, I can snap them together at these spline points, at these nodes. And I don't know how close I'm going to try to make this right now. I could line that up better later. I actually don't think I'm going to try to do that too much because I can do that later. Oh, Ariane Digital doesn't like to do the work himself. What's up, Andrew? Yeah, I think if you're just trying to get any kind of road in your scene, like Road Architect is awesome because it could give you the mesh, it could conform to the terrain, and then you could just smooth around it. Like that's a perfect road with the best road grade settings already pre-configured. And like if you are an artist, you can take that and make it even cooler from that point. How do I want this to go? Message retracted. So I think what I'm just gonna do is kind of just black out the entire coastline. I have a feeling that this will change and I could insert more nodes later. So I'm not really planning this out at all. I'm gonna kind of just mold it into something over time. Yeah, it was. They're awesome. I think this is going to be a nice, some kind of vista. I'm going to put something out there. I don't know what yet, but it's not just going to be endless water. There might be some other land over there. I don't know how I'm going to set that up. Yeah, Road Architect is awesome if you're just trying to make a huge landscape. The funny thing is, like I've known about Road Architect forever, and I really just used it for the first time on this project. I actually bought it on the asset store when it was first released. I paid $45 for it, and it was super awesome. And then the developer just kind of disappeared. And I was sad, and because of that, I never used it. But after getting frustrated with Easy Road so much, I decided to try it again, and I was like, wow, this has everything I need. Why was I not using it? And then I realized it did bridges and tunnels, and I was like, this is super awesome. It's funny, you end up like, if you're not willing to kind of look around and give things a try, you end up paying just because something's on the asset store and trying to use that. Um, but there are some really cool things out there that are like free. I think that somebody else started maintaining this, so like the bugs that are present in this might not be there in another one. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this landscape, but I know I want some interesting things. I think I'm gonna put a short bridge right here. Yeah. I don't know if that'll be a river or what I'll end up doing with it, but I want some more diversity in the landscape. Actually, I'll pull this one out. Actually, I don't know what I'll do there yet. We'll see. I could also just like stamp around with the Gaia stamper and do a bunch of stuff too. Yeah, you kind of have to do that. If you don't come back around and optimize the road that gets generated, you're you're just leaving a lot of performance on the table, especially in a large scene like this. Like there's going to end up being so many objects, and a lot of these objects are just going to end up going into all these different batches so that they can like be custom LOD'd or whatever, like using distance checks. And basically the fewer objects you can have in your scene, the better. The fewer materials you can have in your scene, the better. There's a lot of lights, and the more objects you have, the more performance it costs for each light you have. Um, yeah, there's a lot of reasons to come back and optimize these roads when you're done. When I started this project, I did a ton of optimization. That was basically all I did. And like I said, that's where the traffic system came from. So optimization is kind of like one of the fun things for me. Okay. There's my bridge. What do I want it to look like? How do I do that again? feel like something's not right. How come there's no bridges in there? I think that I'm just going to get a fresh version of Road Architect because I have a feeling I deleted something. Yeah, maybe I might try something like that. I don't know if I will though, because I think I can manage to optimize everything. I am gonna cut this terrain up. I think I might know what you're talking about actually. Is it is it the one that turns it into meshes and lets you, it's like some kind of shader tool. Forget the guy's name. But I do use something like that. It won't be a terrain. Like once I'm done with this, I will cut it up into a mesh and it'll have multiple pieces. And I think the occlusion culling is actually working with the terrain. I would show you, but I started building this and I'm also trying to figure out why the bridges aren't showing up in here. And I think I deleted something that I shouldn't have. So what I kind of want to do, heck, is reinstall Road Architect. I think the tool I used was called Terrain to Mesh. Yeah, that's the one that I use. It's not used yet in this project. That'll be the final thing I do once the terrain's completely done. Really sad those bridges aren't there. I think I went through this code and cleaned up a bunch of stuff that was causing issues. But that also is probably why the bridge isn't there. Um, I use Vegetation Studio Pro, and that lets you put, you can use it on a mesh or a terrain, which is pretty cool. I don't know if CTS will work. So right now I have CTS on this terrain, and that's actually, so that is part of it. And maybe I don't know the answer to this yet. So like all of this asphalt that I have painted over here, that's all with CTS. The concrete is painted with CTS. There's no custom mesh up there. So I'm using additional, I think it has like 8 textures on it. I've tried to use more. I actually don't really like CTS. Every time I tried to make a change, I felt like it was super heavy, and it was just like, hey, please wait 5 minutes while I do something. And I was just trying to experiment and see what I could do with it. But anyway, I got my textures locked in, and then I just never touched it since then. So I might find a new solution. I just don't know yet. I need to bring Road Architect back in here. What I'm doing. Okay, so I think I just delete it. Actually, let me keep that folder there. Okay, so let me delete it from inside of Unity, actually. Probably the smartest thing to do. Yeah, same here. I've always wanted to build stuff with games and programming. I just never knew it until I found it. And Unity was free. So I'm very happy to have found them. Like something, I had other textures and stuff that were in there. Oh well. I could actually, this is actually just a test. All that's in version control, so still turns out to not have the bridges. I can just revert. I will actually be right back while this is doing stuff. Oh, hey, all the textures came back, so that's cool. I didn't lose any references. And a lot of lag all of a sudden. Just get to that node. Oh, performance became very poor. Oh, there's probably something. No, I think I'm still using the original database, asset database, version 1. Hey, there's the bridges. Cool. So I did break that some time ago. Okay, so let's see. What do we want here? I think it could be cool. Oh, except there's a bunch of land here. Um, the people that message me and share them, yes. But it's hard to tell who's using my project and who's not. I know that there are hundreds of people who have it, so I know people have done stuff with it. I think the earlier versions of the project were mostly used in mobile projects. I did see a couple people just straight up rip the asset straight to Steam, the old version of the template. I'm sure they did it with the new version of the template too, because it's even better. The coolest thing that I've ever seen somebody do with it was a VR game. So they had a VR headset and a steering wheel, and they use that to control, and they set up the interior helmet camera. So it was like a virtual reality experience, and I thought that was really cool. That's always something that, like, if I ever have a bunch of spare time and money to burn, I'll probably build some kind of hardware rig, and I would love to make a game specific for a hardware rig and just program that up. Yeah, asset flipping. I laughed about it when I saw it. You can't really get mad. There's nothing you could do. I don't know if I love this bridge. I don't know why it doesn't have any pillars that come with it. I definitely need, I don't need to, but I want to adjust the terrain. If I use a styled bridge like this, it looks really cool, but the land, I definitely need to adjust the landscape a little. Something looks funky with that bridge though. Looks like it's skewed. I think it's just the angle that it starts and stops on. Oh, you know what? That's right. I gotta fix that anyway, because this bridge is gonna have a ton of draw calls if it's not straight. And that's why it looks funky too. I mean, it's kind of cool to see a curved bridge, to be honest, but it's way too expensive. So this need to pull over on the x-axis, whatever value this has, the x-axis. No. Yes? What did I do? Okay. Z-axis, not the x-axis. The heck? Okay, find a node. Node. What's going on here? Oh, it's because I'm okay. I know what's going up to trouble. I think that looks okay. Oh, so I guess all of those materials got broken. Oh. Bridges came back, materials disappeared. Okay, Perforce can fix. Actually, oh, road architect. Yeah, fun time. Well, I don't really have anything new for a devlog, so I just decided to do a test stream. I'm really just kind of fighting the project after updating it and changes that I made that took stuff out of Road Architect for whatever reason. Okay, that's all reverted. See what happens. Yeah, I love going around and watching other people's projects. It always helps inspire me to do something else again or to start something. And it always makes me feel like I'm making the wrong kind of game because usually there's not a lot of people that do racing. So I'm jealous because I want to do something different and I see them doing cool stuff. But nonetheless, it inspires me to do something. See, did Perforce help me? Yes, it brought my materials back. Oh, I love Perforce. What I always did when I was getting started, and sometimes I still might do again, but I've done it for so long. I grew up playing racing games, but when I started programming them, I would watch a lot of racing game videos on YouTube. A lot of YouTubers that played racing games to see their reactions and see what they had fun with. I think my favorite person to watch at the time was this guy called Slap Train. I'm pretty sure he still does it. All he does is racing video games. At least that's all he did at the time. I'm hoping the performance kicks back in. That's why I'm moving the scene view around. Okay, there we go. Better. Okay, so I have all my materials back, right? Yeah, good. I don't remember if they were supposed to be turning. It's strange when you leave a project and then come back to it after so long, you don't really remember what you did sometimes and what you didn't do. You always know what you were planning on doing. Anyway, it looks, for the most part, like nothing's missing. I have that new bridge. I should just try to make another bridge again, or try to change it. Yeah. Okay, cool. So bridges work. Everything works. Save all this. Submit it. Curious what that was. I don't really see anything that is new except for those textures. Let me do a reconcile. I can't see missing textures being the reason that the bridges didn't show up in the editor, but that would be interesting if it was the reason. I mean, I'm sure they use them. What's all this? Interesting. I don't know what those files are. Git keep. Yeah, I'd be interested to check out both of your guys' games. It's always fun to see what other people are doing. Oh, my dog's crying. I have to take him outside. I'm curious what you guys are looking at. How do I get to... Yeah, are you guys allowed to link? Can't click on your icons. All right, sounds good. Actually, part of the reason I built this terrain up so high over here was to provide some type of object that blocks all of this so that this could all be cold. But I think what I can do is I can probably just more buildings on the side. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I don't know how carried away I'm gonna get. I'm also not an artist, so I can't like model all this stuff. I do have like this generic industrial area over here. Um, I guess this would be the downtown area on this island. This area is under construction. This is some kind of like landmark. I just kind of grabbed a bunch of stuff from the asset store. Got a little generic gas station over here. Another gas station over here with some more construction. And then I got a Ferris wheel, which is like a tourist area. So there's some buses and stuff over here. And some emergency vehicles and taxis. So this area that I'm building out now is kind of like more of a countryside. And I'm going to have some kind of like coastline area. I don't know which part it's going to be yet. Maybe it might be like the area that we're viewing all the way over to this area. And then I'm not sure what I'm going to do in the middle yet. I do want to have some water that the player can get close to. I also want to have some forest that the player can drive through. So there's a couple different types of areas that I want. I think it's how you optimize your game. Me personally, I've spent a lot of time working on optimization techniques. So every time I hit a bottleneck, what I try to do is figure out what's causing that bottleneck. And then I usually try to find ways to optimize it. Like, so for example, if I'm right here, and occlusion culling handles a lot of this. All of this stuff over there, like that's not visible by the camera, like those mesh renders would not be rendering. So that's just objects and content that's not being processed. And the same is true for scripts. So you want to make sure that any component that you attach, that like if it's on the other side of the map and if it's doing something that's taking up system resources, it probably shouldn't be. So I approach it from that perspective. And I think that's kind of how a lot of tools for open world are built. So they kind of take into consideration the player's position and they move everything around to support that player. So my game specifically, if I were to go farther out from where I built land, that's when floating point calculations have a limit. So that's the number of decimal point positions after the decimal. So once you start multiplying values that have a very large floating point number by other values that have large floating point numbers, the results become inconsistent. So basically, like physics calculations stop working. That's when you start encountering bugs. So if you were to kind of like make the game extend out into these orange areas, like past this orange box, the game would be bad because the engine just can't calculate that. And that's why I'm building within this limit. And there's other things that you can do to kind of move chunks of the world around so that everything kind of stays within this limit. So I'm not going to do anything like that for this project though. My game will be contained to this large of a landscape. And if I did ever want to make something that's like bigger, I would probably create additional scenes, and those would just be like cities that are in different scenes. So you would see a loading screen when you go to it. The specific error that you run into, it's called floating point precision errors, if you're interested in that topic. But that's what you would want to learn about if you want to make a large open world game. Yeah, no problem. I didn't even notice a spelling error in anything. I have RAM. I haven't tried it yet. I really want to try Path Painter. Easy Roads conforms the terrain too, but it does it. I think you have to like transition the state between conform and unconform. Well, a little different. I think this piece of road, it's gonna grab it. Have these just gonna duplicate it. I don't know. I don't think so. You might be able to, but I, I don't recall coming across that option. There was a tool called Racetrack Generator a long time ago. By the same guy who makes Builder. That thing did banks. It was really cool for racetracks. It had a few bugs. I wish he would continue, make a new version for that. Yeah, so these objects that I'm going through, this isn't an example of how I optimize my road architect roads. Um, so like at intersections, each of these combined pieces for each of the intersections would be its own object. And instead I took them and combined them as a single so that when you approach the intersection, you don't have 4 times as many draw calls for each type of road marking. And I think so this intersection, for example, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 objects for a 3-way intersection. For a 4-way intersection, that's 25 objects instead of 5. I kind of want to do it this way. I have to edit that geometry and I don't feel like editing it. Me personally, I don't just rely on culling. I have one of the things that I built for this is I don't think it's in this scene. It's in the main scene. So I created Here's an example. So the street light manager, this is basically all of the street lights. You can see they're all selected. They all have multiple objects on them. So for example, they have the mesh render, then they have a custom LOD script, and there's like a few different states that I created for the LOD. So there's LOD 0, 1, 2, cold, and then not set. So based on the player's distance from them, there's always a C# job running with burst compiler that's checking the player's distance. And these objects register to the streetlight manager. And basically the streetlight manager is just checking the rules to see what their distance from the player is, whether they're distance 0, 1, or the cold distance. I guess that's all I'm actually using, but they do have additional options. And my idea is that based on each one of those separate distance factors, I would go in and I would do things like changing the lights properties so that the street lights would be more optimized. So like the lights that are on and need to be visible, let's say they're 100 meters away, but you can't tell if that light is casting a shadow or not, that light has shadows disabled. And it also has a volume light on it. So the volumetric light beam script gets disabled because you can't tell if that's a volume light from 100 meters away. And a lot of these properties just get adjusted to be on their most optimal settings based on the distance. And that's how the streetlight system works. And also, there's a rigid body attached to the streetlights themselves, so that when the player hits the streetlight goes flying. So by default, all of those rigid bodies are disabled. The collider on the streetlight, when it determines that there's been a collision, that's when the rigid body becomes active. And I'm basically dynamically changing the values of the components to make them as optimal as they can be. And they're only taking up the performance cost when they actually need to take that performance cost. And I imagine that I'll have to do more optimizations for other things besides just streetlights, whatever other content I want to add into the game. I think the last time I checked it, the game was running at, I don't know my last devlog, I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure it was running over 90 frames per second when I built the game and was just running in the editor. It might have been over 100, but I don't recall. And there is still some things that I want to pull out. Like I'm using Aura in this project and I want to pull that out. I feel like that just costs extra performance and it's not really worth it. Yeah, I've been using Unity since 2012 too. That's when I started. The best 8 years of my life. And I've never tried C++. That would... I have nothing against it. I would actually like to try it. Just have no use case for it. I think I might just cheat a little. I should use Pro Builder and edit these so they line up. For right now, I don't feel like doing that. I think they might line up okay. I don't know how that's going to line up. I think it might be okay. Still use vertex snapping. I have all of those selected. That's interesting. Never tried to vertex snap this much. Know where they snap to. Lines don't look good. I'm gonna have to edit that at some point. I always get hung up on stuff like this, even though I'm sure like the player's never gonna stop at this point and look at the lines on the road. Do these lines match up perfectly as they should in it were a real road? I think that's good enough. Let's go put those other pieces. Well, I should probably save this scene. I don't think I've saved it yet. Yeah, I think that there's always a use for both types of use cases, trigger zones and pooling and other kinds of optimizations. And I think like from a level design perspective, it's always good to have as many tricks in your bag as possible, because then you could choose the right thing. Like trigger zones, we use those uh, in our Remnants of the Dawn game. So like after you walk through a corridor, for example, and you got an item, you'd actually walk through a trigger zone. So on your way back through that area, there's monsters in the corridor now. Um, I have a lot of different pieces in this project that I can probably take and reuse. I was just taking this edge intersection because this edge intersection was already custom cut um, at these edges, and I think I did adjust this UV of this piece, and I think that's actually the best I was able to make it, so that it, because by default I think the yellow line went straight down, so I just duplicated it from that side, because this section is not from Road Architect. This is a highway pack that I bought from the Unity asset store, and it works really well with splines. I should pull out DreamTech splines and try that again, because you could create some really cool highways. I think the one thing that makes me envious of Unreal Engine developers is they have some awesome spline tools built into their engine, whereas Unity doesn't, unfortunately. Like I saw like this art pack from the asset store. Unity has a version of it too, and the roads in that art pack are, they use a spline. It's the same art pack that's on the Unity store, but the Unity store one doesn't come with splines. Yeah, I get addicted to optimizing. It's like once I start a project and I see that project running at like hundreds of frames a second in the scene, I always try to make it stay at that if I can. A game like this, I'll never have it hundreds. The highest I think I had it was like 120. It was running stable, like open world with all the traffic and lights and everything. But that's before I started adding more functionality to it. So then the goal is for me to always get back to 120. And then my hope is that it would run at least 60 frames per second on a low end PC. Yeah, I wonder what it would be like if there were more tools out of the box with Unity for level design. Like when I first started this project, I immediately realized I had to make an optimized traffic system, and there just wasn't one available. And it took me a long time to go through that process. And if I was just able to grab it and start using it to make the game, then that would have been months of work that I could have saved. And maybe I'd just be able to focus on level design and making cool stuff. But instead I feel like I'm forced to develop tools. And I think that's why I never finish games. Where did this all come from? The heck? What happened to the textures? What happened? What did I do? How are you over there? Oh, cool. Thanks. I'm glad you enjoy it. I recommend Unity for any project. The more comfortable you are with C Sharp, the easier of a time you'll have. But there are, if you're not comfortable with scripting, then there are also a lot of tools. And I'm pretty sure there's some cool templates that might be available. I have no idea how my road markings got all the way over there. Why are they over there? How much do I have to undo? Will they ever come back? There we go. Wow. I did that many things and didn't realize I moved those. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do now with everything. Um, and again, being a little OCD, like all of the tools that I've written in the past, I always go back and I update when I learn something new. So again, that takes time away from finishing games, but I think that I've built a bunch of tools that will allow me to make games quickly, like for the things that I want to do, and making them drag and drop. Like that's definitely the biggest part of it. Yeah, I've never tried Bolt. I I can't really say that I tried Playmaker. I made some Playmaker actions that triggered some of my scripts for somebody that bought one of my assets once, but that's about it. I've seen people do some cool stuff with Playmaker. But I am kind of jealous of the those tools because they do make it really easy without having to write a single line of code. Like if you know those systems well, they're very good. The problem is for once you start learning how to code, you end up wanting to code something because otherwise you got to figure out how to do something with a tool that you know you can do with code in just like a couple lines. And that's why I've never used visual scripting. But I might actually try visual scripting with Unity's new uh, stuff. Not Bolt. Again, those things moved on me. What the heck? Really? Something is happening here. Yeah, because I think that their new scripting has ECS built into it, but I don't know if I'm just misunderstanding that. I don't understand why those objects keep moving. No, they're not. They're frustrating. Wonder if it's because I vertex snapped them. I have no idea. But I'm not going to vertex snap them this. I have a feeling it's some kind of bug in Unity 2019.4. That's my guess. Okay. Save scene. Save the project. Why the meta's not getting checked out? That might have something to do with else. Look at that. There's no, they moved again. Why is I don't understand that. Doesn't it? Is it a why all over there? Oh, because they have a Pro Builder mesh script on them. Of course, that's why. And that's why you always export your meshes when you're done. Oh, that's really hot in this. Are all of these pro builders? Cool. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. Have a good night. Hmm. Oops. I can't replace the mesh. Okay, so now it's working. That's weird. That wasn't. Yeah, I think it has to do with me duplicating a pro builder object, but I have never experienced this before. I'm gonna try pro builderizing all of the new objects that I duplicated. Don't expect that to work though. I should have just built it manually. Well, that's crazy. As far as I know, no. All of the parent objects are at 0. So I don't know what is going on with this. I feel like this is a bug in Unity, but I'm not sure. I'm going to try to make it unstatic. If it keeps happening, I think I'm just going to move on. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to reset the pivot. That could be what it is. You're right. It's not the transform in the scene. I think it's the pivot that needs to be adjusted. Which means I still have to pro builderize and make it a new object. Okay. Pro builderize and center pivot. I bet that's what it is. And move that. Oh man, that's not it. I'm just getting rid of that piece. I don't need it right now. Hmm. Where was the original? I don't even know. Let me try one more thing. What is going on with that object? Okay, one more time. Yeah, I can do different things. The portion that I was really trying to keep was this little section that I re-UV'd so that the lines they just line up better. Because without making that change, they actually I also edited that little section there for the UV2, I believe. I'm not positive. I have a feeling it's because this object's pivot wasn't centered. That's my guess. But I'm not sure. Actually, this is what I'll do. I have a feeling I kind of understand what's going on. Okay, so I am going to duplicate all of these. Or builderize them all. Center their pivot. Move them to world 0. No, that didn't, did it? Those other things done? Okay. I don't even know what these are from. Huh. Apparently this has happened before. That's not the only one that's been moving. Hmm. Okay, I see. Hey, success. Yeah, I should probably do that. And then I'm gonna realize, oh man, those errors are still there. And then I'll have to fix those next. But I agree. Yeah, that's one of those things that's hard. Being a perfectionist, that is. I feel like if I ever put this on Steam, that I don't want people to encounter physics bugs. So lining up like little edges, places like this could prevent that random person from experiencing it. Also, like this is probably easier to final detail in Pro Builder, so I'm halfway being lazy because you could much more easily grab some verts and just like pull them up to the right spot. Which I'll probably end up doing anyway. I think it's going to work right now though, because the terrain history was giving me a problem. That's why it wasn't working. So, kind of conforming to previous recorded history. But I have no idea why it's not coming up to this object properly. Thought I'd fixed it at this point. Maybe it has to do with this object's collider. That's it. Yeah, I can. I I wasn't expecting it to be this complicated. Probably just gonna leave it like this because it's kind of working even though it's overlapping. Actually, I can fix this perfectly because oh, but then it's probably going to reset itself anytime after I update this road, so I should probably stop working on detailing it. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it right there like that for right now. That's the hard part about working on a big open world is you do want to make everything right, but when you're using these procedural systems, like they just constantly regenerate themselves um, anytime you make a change to it. So if I line this up perfectly right now, it's probably going to change again when I hook up another road section to this. Just enable that collider. And yeah, I'll drive around the scene, see what it feels like. Okay, so that's open world art 9. Yeah, and then I moved it again and it reset to be like a meter offset, even though I only moved it a very small amount. It's being really finicky. Yeah, I did save. I should probably submit that for force as well. Graded French drain. I wouldn't be too sad if I lost that progress, though. I didn't really do too much other than figure out why I had a bug. Oddly enough, all of those burst related errors are gone. I have no idea why that light is flickering right now. Let's go find that road we made. Which way do I want to approach it from? I guess I could go. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, now I'm getting those burst errors again. That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of project development is, figuring out how to avoid issues. What the heck? Oh, that has something to do with occlusion culling needing to be rebaked. Okay, so that kind of makes sense. There's nothing out here. Well, just reminds me of how much work I'm going to have to do. This car doesn't go fast enough. Oh, thank you. I spent a lot of time on that. And it was mostly so I could populate this game with traffic. Actually, that was the only reason I created it. And I'm getting a lot of, like, I think I need to bake occlusion culling. Should say rebake occlusion culling. Well, the road doesn't feel horrible. Curvy, windy, up and down. Feels interesting. I'm pretty sure I could do something with the landscape that's around it. I cannot actually tell. I know that down here is the ocean or the water, but I'd like for the player to be able to see that. Yeah, I want to kind of put a lot of Easter eggs in there, like all kinds of stuff. That would be fun to put a UFO. I was kind of thinking more along the lines of like ships at sea and airplanes, but I think a UFO would be fun. I think it would be cool too if it was like programmed to come down within the player's view, so it's like super obvious to the player that it happened. But it would only happen very rarely. Kind of like to maybe 1 in 10,000 plays. And whoever experiences it can say, I was almost abducted by UFOs in this game. And everybody else is like, yeah, right, that never happened. Oh, this is a pretty long stretch of road. I think this is a lot of area for player to drive through. This is mostly the coast, so I think that I could probably do a really long race at the end of the game using this road. I don't think I've driven over the bridge yet. Now that I have this road, I want to hook it up with traffic. But I need to resist the urge. Oh, I have a feeling I know what that burst job is related to. Maybe. No, I don't. Oh, I drove over that bridge and I didn't even see it. Because I'm already coming up to the Ferris wheel, which is all the way on the other side. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, this is where the traffic is programmed to stop. No more waypoints for them. And there's a lot of bugs because this is an old version of the traffic system. That's why cars were spawning on top of each other. That's actually what happened back here. That purple car spawned on top of the taxi because it didn't know better, but now there's a rule that checks for all that kind of stuff. It could be a couple different things. I have another burst job that's related to the AI traffic cars that toggles the headlight, so maybe the headlight's not registering for whatever reason. Because like all of these cars had to be super optimized, because if every car is driving around with a headlight on it and it's not in camera view, that headlight is still like casting shadows and doing all kinds of stuff. So long story short, I wrote a bunch of custom jobs and I either gotta debug that. I think I did. I enabled something. Oh yeah, so I could see what it is now. It's something to do with the pooling. Last time I was playing with stuff, I think I switched to a different logging method. So I could actually debug that now. Something to do with Vegetation Studios not triggering at the start of the scene. It's invalid. And then the streetlight system is not working properly. I don't know why. A lot of those are from streetlight. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to dig into that. Yeah, I could probably do that. I don't know if I will. I think the feel that I want to go for is like a midnight club kind of vibe. I really love playing those games as a kid, and they just changed completely as they kept making them. So it would be fun to kind of go back in and make a game like I remember as a kid the way I want it to be now. That's basically my goal. This is one of the problems I have when I play this game. Like, it's actually fun to drive around, so I just drive around the city. I did a victory lap, but I didn't stop. It took me a lot of work to get this scene to work performantly. Um, I think without the C# job system, I wouldn't be able to have achieved this, to be honest. Tenshu. Is that was for the original PlayStation, right? I remember that game. Ooh. I have a feeling I'm gonna switch the player's car controller to use a different type of physics. I was playing with the new NWH2 vehicle physics controller, and I actually really liked it. And I didn't really try to modify it at all. I was just playing with the demo scene. The good thing I like about my car controller is it's all hooked up and ready, but I would really need to play with physics to make all of the cars customizable. Like, I don't think mine's bad. I think it's actually, for me, like, I'm able to play it on the controller, and I'm able to control it fairly accurately. I do want it to be a little bit tighter. And I have the volume off. The engine sounds make it sound better too. Um, not does NWH use suspension? Yeah, like he has a lot of consideration built into the physics things. The wheel colliders are not just like a thin pixel the size of a pixel. They're actually use like a mesh that's the shape of a wheel. So for example, if the car here kind of drives off the road, my right joystick's not making the camera turn left and right. Supposed to do that. Oh, that's interesting. Can't really show you the view that I want, but if the car kind of just goes off the road, but the tire's not completely off the road with the built-in Unity wheel collider, it still falls off. But having a full-size wheel collider is kind of cool. Plus, it has suspension. But the built-in wheel collider has a suspension feeling too. You could tweak that and get some really good results. I feel like I could drive around this small area of the island for kind of forever. So I'm really interested to see what I end up doing with the rest of the island. The Supra was awesome. I remember I think the car that I loved in that game, the original Gran Turismo, was the Suzuki, the one that had like 900 horsepower or whatever. One feature that a lot of people have been asking for in my traffic system was to be able to tell the cars to go to specific points in the route. And I think I'd want to do that, or not necessarily just for them, but mostly because I think it would be a cool mechanic to be able to program. Like, it almost reminds me of like some of the scripted GTA and driver type scenarios where you chase a vehicle because he has a pre-programmed route or something, and then he's going to this place and you have to chase him there or follow him there. It would be really good for races, I think. But I also use different, I don't know, I don't think that this traffic AI is good for races. I think I'm going to use my original AI. Yeah, I got to make the rest of the environment feel atmospheric like this. Well, I'm not getting any more errors. I wonder what is causing those errors. One of the things that I liked doing was playing with the physics as I was testing this. Could like drive up walls. I haven't programmed it not to do anything. And it kind of gave me ideas of like, reminded me of like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and stuff. Of course, it's not doing it now. We do like, I don't know if it's Pro Skater, but basically just driving up stuff, having no rules. All right. I don't think I'll do that in this game. I've thought about it, but I don't think I want to. At some point you have to draw a line in the sand and say I'm not going to cross that line because it's going to take too much work. I would like to finish this game and do another car game afterwards that's maybe something like Twisted Metal. See if I can figure out what is causing that. Then I will call it a night. Wow, I've been going for almost 4 hours and I feel like I did nothing. But at least I have that road, and that's something I could build up from. That's the hardest part about this project. The scene is just so big. Okay, first error. Scene is invalid. Scene get rooted game objects. What was I doing there? Try to figure this. Oh, I can't open that. Assign camera to vegetation studio. That sounds familiar. Oh, okay. Um, I don't have any nav mesh in the game. I'm only using waypoints for the AI cars. I've actually thought about using nav mesh for the AI racers. I might build a system to do that. But I do need to rebake the occlusion culling. That's why you were seeing a lot of geometry popping in when I was playing the scene. Happen. I hate how long it takes to load the scene in the editor. I think that's the hardest part about working on this project. Especially when you're doing something code related where you just want to test it. Well, I don't see any errors as of right now. Yeah, vegetation, I don't think that automatically updates, but so I don't have any vegetation out in these other areas. All of my vegetation is in this area. And it's not showing up in the scene right now because only the player's car is registered to Vegetation Studio. Um, What is it trying to check out? Settings JSON. What do you need that for? What are you trying to update? Wonder why it's... I should probably update my traffic system, but I don't feel like doing that tonight. I'll update that tomorrow. And sometimes when you have an error with a burst related job, the next time you press play, it also tells you that those native collections were not disposed. So it could be like a false positive because it didn't necessarily happen that time you pressed play. It was from the previous play session. So yeah, I think I need to update this traffic system. I don't recall if there was something that I just didn't do. Okay, no bugs. What are these? Something about garbage collector. That's new. Garbage collector disposing of compute buffer allocated in Aura. Figures Aura. I don't want Aura in this project anymore. Well, let's drive around and see if we could trigger that error. I knew I had that flashing warning that keeps coming up. That's about something to do with layers and using too many layers to filter out something because I'm on deferred rendering. Any errors? Maybe it was that package manager. Maybe it did need to update something. Yeah, I've actually went through and I perfected the terrain around the road system, and now that I've started to work on the terrain again, I noticed that there's just random sections where the terrain is protruding through the road. I think all of the detailing I will actually save for the very, very final pass. Because it took a lot of time to do some of the terrain around some of these roads, like, and blend it in, so like this parking lot felt good. I feel like it's still not perfect. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Send me a link, and I'll definitely comment on it. I'll check it out right now if you give me a link, actually. I think I'll actually use that path painter tool to create some off-road areas. I think that'll work good for that. But I think that Road Architect can also do that. Yeah, no errors. I'm happy. I have no idea why they were there, but whatever minor changes I made seems to have fixed them. I didn't think they were going to be serious. Yeah, even though this car controller isn't like super physics like racer, I feel like it's easy to control and it's not bad. Maybe I might just keep it. I don't know. If I keep it, then that's a lot of work that I don't have to do learning another physics system and hooking it up to work with a gamepad. Yeah, I fixed that too. Man, every time I make changes, like it does something. Yeah, I lost a lot of detail work. This area was all smoothed out. Oh well. That's how you learn. What's nice about it is like the car is actually driving at the speed that it says it's driving. And I could slow down and kind of like drive around other obstacles pretty quickly. And to me, that's kind of what makes it the most fun is being able to do what you want to do, not necessarily have it be the most realistic physics. And I think sometimes, like for indie developers, you have to choose, do you want to do something like super close to AAA and spend a long time doing it and perfecting it on your own, or do you want to just make something and move quickly but do the best you can while doing it? So, oh, there's a crash. There is a crash. Well, it didn't crash, but what caused that? LOD check street light. Let's see. Line 25. That doesn't make sense. Uh, 100. Yeah, so there's like 1,000 streetlights that register to this manager. I wonder if that could be a bug. I'm not sure though. 113 in state manager. Why is it trying to register a new streetlight at that point in time? Where am I? Why are you not able to? I don't know why it's only happening there. But I think I just need to dispose of that array. I think that my latest burst code disposes when. Yeah, the streetlights are pulled. They're not moved around or anything, but they go into a big job. So at this particular point when everything froze up, for some reason a streetlight was trying to add itself to the pool. Or to the array, the native array. And I don't know what would cause the streetlight to just. They should have been registered at scene start. But my logic must be flawed somewhere. And the 1090, that's the same amount that's in the array right now. The car LOD. Yeah, I have a feeling that that could be part of what's happening. It's like a race condition where I have 1,000 objects trying to register, but for some reason, like it didn't fully register, turned off. I don't really know, but I think it's specifically related to me needing to dispose of the native array. Yeah. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And I have a feeling all of my job related code is probably going to have the same bug. So if indexes are greater than 1, then I want to dispose. I've been so used to Unity's uh, perforce checkout button being at the bottom of the inspector. I keep looking at it and saying, "Where's it at?" and thinking that I'm offline, but they moved it to the top where it should have been all along, and that keeps getting me, psyching me out. Yes, save that. I should fix most of it. Um, do I use native lists, do you mean? Or what do you mean? I I use a combination of native arrays and regular lists, but I don't use native lists. The reason I don't use native lists is because I don't believe they're any better than native arrays, because um you can't remove at index. So there's really no real benefit to them. At least that's from my use case perspective and from what I've tested. That might be inaccurate for other people. Yeah, the native arrays, you you have to dispose of them. It's kind of like the same thing as clearing them, but not the same. So like when the scene ends, you got to dispose of your array. If you're creating a new array, you can't just resize it. You have to dispose of it and then construct a new one at a specific size, and then you would populate it using a for loop. I made a short video where I kind of talk about how I used them. Like that's this project that I just opened. I put this up on GitHub. It's just a simple job system. It comes with a object distance toggle manager. So like basically I it was an example of how I created custom LODs. So when I press play and I go and I move the camera around, you'll see that it's basically like a custom occlusion culling. And in that video, I kind of describe how I make my custom LODs. If we take a look at the scene view, there's I think there's like thousands of these in the scene right now. And as I move my camera, like it just updates them. And all of these register it in the same way. If you were interested in playing with any of that or trying it out, always fun. That's how many objects were actually in the scene. And it runs really slow without that optimization. So let's see if I can trigger errors again. I was super happy because there were no errors, and then like right when I was about to stop, it's like, oh hey, here's a wall of errors. Yeah, you could use that basic framework and you could add a couple other distance checks in there. Right now it's just using a single distance check and just toggling a game object on or off. There we go, errors. But if you add multiple distance checks and add other component references, you can actually do anything with any component based on that distance check and create custom LODs for all kinds of components and objects. That's the same error. Something's not right. Oh, do I got... I think I got it. I wasn't managing any of these right? Okay. It's always fun to come back to code that you wrote, I don't know, 6, 7 months ago. Yeah, that's my favorite thing to do. Unfortunately, with these burst like jobs, you don't get a whole lot of info. That's the tricky part. You just got to know that you didn't do it right. I watched this guy on YouTube. His channel is called Code Monkey, and he's basically what I watched to get a grasp of how to use the job system. And once I learned how to use a for loop in a job, you could basically just create collections of objects in lists or arrays and pass them through a for job, and it's just super optimized. Okay, let's see if I hit an error. I believe that now that I saw that last error, I think that all of these are fixed now. Remember where I was when I triggered that error last time. Oh, guardrail. Oh, there it is again. Well, this one's a different one though. This one's an AI traffic car LOD. Oh. I bet it's the same thing. Which calls into the AI traffic car pool manager. That's another custom one, isn't it? AI traffic car pool manager. Yeah, that's not from my traffic system. I'm starting to get tired now. Don't feel like looking into this, but I want to fix it. Traffic car pool manager. Where's that script? I think I'm just gonna look up your channel because I want to break from this. Yeah, no problem. Likewise, man. Thank you for chatting with me as well. Have a good night. Yeah, this looks cool. This totally reminds me of an old school PlayStation 1 game. Tenchu. Or like Ninja Gaiden or something. Although I'm sure it's not like Ninja Gaiden. That one's more acrobatic. I like the environment. I think it looks good. The only my only thought is like it feels a little empty. Um but overall it looked good. Like the gameplay looked like it was fun. Yeah, that was cool. Are you going to put that on Steam? You might. I know you said you were going to go. I just wanted to give you this link really quick. I've been watching this guy's devlogs. His stuff looks pretty cool. And it's similar to yours, but his is like he's using Unreal and he's like pushing for graphical fidelity. Um Maybe I could give you some inspiration and stuff like that. And I think he's also got like other people that he's working with on the game, at least one other person. Right. Let's fix this final error and then call it quits. Yeah, I'd really like to see that. The last game that I just finished working on had a bunch of AI and stuff, and I was working with animation controllers, which I hadn't done in a while. But yeah, have a good night, man. All right, so that's about it for